Mr. Too high, not too high.
Well, he took 3 for 57 and did 4 for 50, Donald, the last game. And then.
And which one up? I didn't go to.
It's just slightly behind.
Yeah, shove it. And Mood ask him if everything is proper. Or can I touch and
Is the audio not enabled? So South Africa now 72 for 1. Really wonderful partnership of 59 between Reza Hendricks and Ryan Rickleton. Ryan Rickleton has batted really, really well. Had a really big 6 over wide mid off. He's batting 38 or 50. Then Reza Hendricks is on 31 of 39. He's looking really, really good, very positive. With me in the com box is Larry Kurirai. Morning, Larry.
morning, Darlington. Are you good?
Very good. It's just a kind of chilly, windy day at Harare Sports Club today. We've seen a lot of seam and swing movement for the Zimbabwean bowlers. I think one got the impression that Tendai Chatara almost bowled too well to take wickets today. Just got the one that's fallen today.
LBW, the wicket for, the only wicket to four, of course, is that of Tony Dezorzi. He went out for just one. Trapped LBW, that was in the fourth over, and it looked, in the fifth over rather, and it looked like it might be one of their starts for Zimbabwe, but this partnership has shown the right energy. Of course, Ryan Rickleton coming in to this match. He didn't play the first match. One of the two changes, Wihan Luba and Jason Smith being two that went out. Ryan Rickleton and Dupavion did the two that coming in.
Interesting to see Dupavion bowling on this wicket in the afternoon. We saw Khiral Kutsia got quite a lot of pace and bounce from this. We must suspect that Dupavion will get something similar. Suripano continues from the city end. He was really impressive in the first one-day international, unofficial one-day international. Took the first three wickets to fall, all fell to Donald Tiripano. And then he got a little bit of a tap in the middle of the game from Lungi Gidi, who played very, very well to make 87.
Andile Petlikwaya.
Sorry, Andile Petlikwaya, exactly. And then did eventually knock him over. And that's a beauty. Absolutely cut him in half. It seemed, it swung, it seamed and bounced. And that's the end of the 17th over, and South Africa A are 73 for 1. Wesley Madawere, which is the 3 for 23. He's been replaced at the golf course end by Wellington Masakada. Very important phase of the game that he's come into bowl at. And immediately he induces a false stroke. He's a Hendricks, who appears to have been beaten in the flight. Really looked to go over the top.
Sikandar Raza being forced to introduce spin a little bit earlier than the first match, because in the first match, although he had not lost that many wickets, he ended up introducing spin at about the 14th over. Here it was just a little bit earlier, around the 11th over, when he brought in Wesley Madawere.
I think it's there's always been a perception about South African batsmen and a perceived weakness against spin. I think that is and makes you understand why Zimbabwe has only gone, the Zimbabwe 11 has only gone with the three seamers, three frontline seamers. And then you have Wesley Madawere and Captain Sikandar Raza fill in as part-time bowlers. And that's a beautiful shot from Reza Hendricks. Sakadza has just flighted that a little bit, and he's worked it into the vacant areas over deep extra cover.
It's just a delicious shot. No effort, just lift the ball. He knows if he beats Sikandar Raza at let's see what happens here. Oh, he was about to hoik that completely. He was looking at that vacant area on the onside. He was looking at just hoiking that into that area, hoping to pick up a 6 to get the scoring going on. I'm guessing after the first match, they're looking at targeting Wellington Masakadza the same way they did then, because he was 0 for 62 from his overs in the first match.
That's right. Didn't really get it right in the first match. Quite get his variations always to land in the right places, in the places that he would have wanted to. And at the end of the 18th, South Africa are 81 for 1. So Larry, we've seen a slightly higher intensity from the South Africans today. I think it is a sign of slightly better conditions from the first day. It's a lot harder to bat, I think, during the first one-day international. I think also South Africa noticed that Zimbabwe chased 274 to win quite easily, quite comfortably. 5 runs use this method. Today they're probably thinking we've got to get closer to 300, perhaps past it, beyond. And as they're set up to do that. And Rickleton knew that there was that gap over backward point. He's thrown his hands at that delivery and got it in. You can see the intent is very, very different.
Ryan Rickleton definitely has come and made a difference to the top order today. It looks a lot more settled and a lot more comfortable, freer in terms of making shots. If you look at the first match, South Africa were slower off the blocks and then accelerated towards in the middle overs, but certainly a player who just beats the edge right there. Donald Tirupane has done that a couple of times today, as Tara. But as I was saying, if you look at it, they have come in, they've shored up at the start, and the batters are not afraid to go over the top today.
I think it's that defeat. The backers just know that scores around 270 aren't enough. We're looking to get another 30, maybe even 40, 50 runs ahead of where they were in the first one-day international. And they've had to play really well, because it's not been the flattest wicket. We've seen a little bit of seam movement for every one of the quicks who've bowled this morning. I suspect we'll see pretty much the same in the afternoon.
So, of course, if you're in the Harare Sports Club area, the match is open to the public to come and watch. Let's look at this final delivery of this over. And at the end of that particular over, that is the 19th over, South Africa A are 85 for 1. I don't know about you, but I just can't live without the Zimbabwe Cricket app at the moment. And of course, this match is available, the updates are available as Wellington Masakadza resumes attritional activity against South Africa A. And the match, if you want updates and also stats as the match is going on, the app is available, the Zimbabwe Cricket app. You can get it from the Google Play Store or the iStore. And also happening, you can see other matches that are happening. And one of our usual fellow commentators, Tinashe Zimbabwe, is involved in a National Premier League match that's taking place at the moment. And he is currently in, as Harare Kings are playing against Takashinga. And he's just come in. Sifa Joao, who has played for the national team before, is on 96. And Harare Kings 111 for 2 after 14.1 overs. So you can follow all that activity, and also you can also follow the club activity, other club activity. There are 6 matches in total that are taking place, including this one, that you can follow via the app. So just makes it easier to get closer to the game as it happens across Zimbabwe. So getting back to this particular match, really targeting Wellington Masakadza there.
I think that's clearly their plan. And also Wesley Madivere, uncharacteristically expensive today. It's a really good single. Reza Hendricks knew as soon as he'd hit it that it was in the gap. Did not hesitate for a second. Called his partner through. He's looked good for the 40 runs he's made. See that Ryan Rickleton is just basically a hit away from his first 50 of this series. At the end of the 20th over, South Africa here 90 for 1. See Donny Tiripano get past the outside edge again. Really good bowling conditions if you're a seam bowler here at Harry Sports Club this morning. It's overcast and the wicket does have a little bit of seam movement.
Absolutely. And for Zimbabwe, without the sun beating on the earth, that means it should remain consistent for most of the day, isn't it? So therefore, that Dupavlon and Katsea effect might be a big thing in the afternoon.
Another quick single from Reza Hendricks. He's very aware of the gaps in the field. And there's usually absolutely no hesitation when he knows he's got into a gap. He calls immediately, without any doubt. It's really positive. Scored 48 and a strike rate of 85. Ryan Rickleton started really slowly. Was, I think, really aware of the fact that how important this match is. So if South Africa lose this match, then Zimbabwe win the series. But he's expanded his game as this game has proceeded. See him again go over the top, and that's a really good shot. That's off the middle of the... Moves him to 51.
A very well-paced innings by Ryan Rickleton, getting to 51 of 66 balls with 5 fours and a single maximum in that particular innings. He's just really brought that impetus to this innings. And of course, Reza Hendricks has been pretty impressive himself, but it's just that energy from the other side that Ryan Rickleton has brought in, coming in at the opening.
And the partnership now is 82. The Zimbabweans must really be worrying about this. They need to find a way to break this. Because I think if they don't, if we get a big partnership early on in the game, then scores north of 300 become very, very possible. For 1 South Africa. I think they really must be thinking to themselves, if one of these two can bat to the end of this game, either should get close to 150, therefore South Africa should probably get past 300. And I think ideally Zimbabwe 11 do not want that to happen.
So, looking at the tactics that have been deployed here, is there anything different that Zimbabwe 11 could have done to avoid this this kind of start for South Africa A?
I think they got it wrong in the selection initially. I think a fourth seamer here would have been very, very useful. We've seen that it's very, very difficult. Look at Dante Lipano. Fairly decent economy, just over 3. So Tanaka Chivanga was probably a little bit better than that, under 3. And pick of the bowling today has been Tendaicha. Tendaicha bowled very, very well this morning. I think it's the conditions are favouring slightly quicker bowlers. But the thing is, you don't really change your winning combination. So you can understand why, from a selection point of view, it makes sense to have kept the same team on the field today. But I think that's the only thing you can actually criticize about their tactics today. It's both the selection and the captaincy on the field has been of the highest standard.
Absolutely, and if you look at it, the energy is still there. I think being the wind in the sails being the first win that they got on Monday, and just bringing that sort of momentum into this game. But at the same time, also with the same squad, there's also sometimes the feeling that you don't have to change anything because you're more critical of yourself after losing a match. You've got to tweak a couple of things. But if you've won a match, you're almost saying more of the same and also forget some of the things you could have done better as he heaves over. And that goes through his hands. An opportunity missed there, just went through his hands there from Taguza Nashe. Caetano took a dive right on the boundary, but could have caught that.
And then also, I think we were talking about selection earlier. I think it's and tactics, and it's also important to remember that you're playing against a really good side here, and they are going to get it right. You're going to have moments where the game doesn't go your way, and the key thing that I think Skandaraza has gotten right here, he's just not let the game get away from him. He's kept making changes so that you don't allow them to really get away, to get that run rate too far over, sort of like maybe towards 5 or 6 and over in this period. We haven't really seen that. So he's been able to maintain some element of control. So the 100 up, 22nd over, largely due to the partnership of 87 between Ryan Rickleton and Reza Hendricks, two really fine players.
I'll tell you what, watching some really quality batting here, and if you're a youngster at home, I know this is still at home for the holidays, this kind of batting you want to see, some really quality cricket being played.
It's really good use of the feet from Ryan Rickleton. Just giving himself a little bit of room. He was looking to get that to the left of Tendai Chatara. Didn't quite get it where he wanted to, but it was far enough that he could get in for the single safely. So at the end of the 22nd over, 101 for 1.
A heave-ho that goes into vacant area. No fielder in that particular position.
See, that's the first real attempt that Donald Tilipano has bowled a bouncer. Ryan Rickleton had a go at it. Didn't quite get it off the middle of the bat. And the thing about that is he made no attempt whatsoever to hit that down. It's because, as Larry rightly pointed out, nobody back on the deep square leg boundary, and that's been changed. As Milton Shumba, who was at mid-wicket, has gone down to deep square leg and been replaced at mid-wicket by Prince Mashauri, who was in the slips. And that sharp single taken. Looks like Ryan Rickleton done himself some injury. So we've seen him take off his kit. You can see him at the top left of the screen. Some kind of problem with his protective gear.
But going back to that shot in the ball just before, if you're South Africa, you want to see that sort of targeting that's happening from Ryan Rickleton, because if you look at Donald Tiripano, he's largely held up an end and he's frustrated them. Of course, they've taken the game to Wellington Masakadza, but if they can get a couple of runs on the other side, then if they can force Donald Tiripano to change the length of his delivery and that sort of thing, then therefore it opens up some scoring on the other end and forces a bowling change on that side that has frustrated them.
So far, he's bowled well enough as Donald Tiripano. He's actually bowled really well this morning. A little over 3.5 runs, four overs he bowled so far. In his fifth, halfway through his fifth over. I think it would be a mistake actually to target Donald Tiripano. I think he made the mistake in that last over of trying to bowl that bouncer, which I think is unnecessary. But I think he's just got to stay disciplined, keep hitting that length, hit around a good length, and wait for the South Africans to make the mistake. Seeing Ryan Rickleton there, difference between the first pull shot in this over and that one. He's made a really deliberate effort to keep that one down. Partnership now 93. South Africa should be really, really happy with the start that they've got into this game. Lost a wicket early on. And this pair done a very, very good repair job.
Absolutely, and of course, knowing what they have in their armory in terms of bowling, they will feel that even a score of about 280, 285 with Dupavlon coming in, who was very effective against Zimbabwe. Of course, he's got a year's experience now, so he's learned a couple of other tricks that Zimbabwe might not be too keen to face. Might need to reload that one, does Donald Tiripano. But that sort of scenario where you sort of feel you play with a little bit more freedom might be why South Africa have a better start, because they've got more the experience of Dupavlon coming in the bowling end.
Yeah, probably right. A little too straight from Donald Tiripano. And this looks like Reza Hendricks is going to get two really easily. That's the end of the 23rd over. South Africa 109 for 1. Larry Kurirai has just gone off to get himself a cup of coffee. And joining me for the first time today is Stanley Choza. Morning, Stanley.
Morning, Darlington. As soon as I come in, a bit of action there from Wellington Masakadza. perhaps brought some good fortunes for the Zimbabwe 11.
Ryan Rickleton, he's played really well. I think that's the first really false shot we've seen this morning. He's looking to get that ball away, square on the offside. There's been a few well-set field. There's been a few places to score boundaries off Wellington Sakadza.
Well, that false shot obviously evident the fact that he's trying to pierce that offside field where there's no sweeper. So just looking to give himself room, but perhaps giving himself a bit too much. But all importantly is the late line and length that Wellington Masakadza is bowling at the moment, not allowing him to get that room. But all importantly, Darlington a magnificent start compared to the first 50 over match that they played South Africa. Currently 110 for 1. I'm sure the head coach Malibongwe Maketa would have had a good discussion with his charges with regards to how you guys mentioned of a possible 300-run score, if not more, and how they would have spoken about how they lost a couple of early wickets in that first match, and a different approach from the South Africa A side today. And obviously Malibongwe Maliketa goes ahead and brings in more artillery in the likes of Ryan Rickleton.
So that's the end of the 24th over. South Africa A, 111 for 1. Bowling change, City end. Zimbabwe 11 captain Sikandar Raza.
Sikandar Raza, like you mentioned, Darlington comes into the attack from the City end and is bowling to a well-set partnership here. That of Reza Hendricks and Ryan Rickleton, one short of 100. So lots of work for the Zimbabwe captain to do here and try and restrict what could possibly be a massive score. And they do get it. And it's off the back foot of Ryan Rickleton. Just a punch down to the fielder at long on. Now Darlington, you've played plenty first-class cricket at Harare Sports Club. We're pretty much heading into the winter season, aren't we? So your thoughts in terms of the comparison between Harare Sports Club in the summer and in the winter?
This hasn't been an uncharacteristic winter. It's a really good shot from Reza Hendricks to bring up his 50. Little short from Sikandar Raza, but you've still got to put it away, and he's done it in style. It's been an uncharacteristic last 3 or 4 weeks. We've had a lot of rain, and normally at this time of the year it starts to be quite dry and the grass starts to die off, and you find that well, not die off but go dormant as we enter the winter, and you find that usually you have a lot of big scores this time of the year or early in November when the rains come. And usually here you expect to have some pretty big scores in the 300, maybe 310 range if guys play well. But I think we saw conditions on the first day were not conducive to big scores, and I think South Africa actually played very, very well to get the score that they got. In particular, Andile Petlukwayo played a blinder, but some really, really clean hitting in difficult conditions. I think this is, it looks a lot, there's still a little bit of help for the seam bowlers, but it looks a lot easier to bat on than it did on the first day that was played on.
Yeah, that is Harare Sports Club for you. Yes, we do have overcast conditions that will obviously assist the seamers with regards to some lateral movement. But at the end of the day, the wicket sometimes does help the slower bowlers in that the ball does not come off the wicket as quick as you like to the bat. And South Africa A looking pretty solid at the moment at 119 for 1. Wellington Masakadza from the golf course end. Bowling to Ryan Rickleton. A shimmy down the wicket. It's shot for catch. And a brilliant catch in the deep by Ryan Boyle. That was dying on him. But it's at times like this when they say catches win matches, when you take when you create and turn half chances into full chances. That is a brilliant fielding effort by Ryan Boyle.
In the context of the game, absolutely important catch from Ryan Boyle, sub-fielder. And saying how a really, really big score looked on the cards. It's so important when opportunities like that come, you take them. So South Africa are 119 for 2. New batter in at this non-striker's end is Kaya Zondo. He's been brought to the crease by a really, really fine catch from Ryan Boyle. It came at an opportune time for the Zimbabwe 11. Back of a 100-run partnership between Ryan Rickleton and Reza Hendricks. 7 last time he played in this tournament. He's he's going to find it a little bit easier today. It's very difficult batting conditions. Monday.
Not the easiest indeed, Darlington. However, Ryan Rickleton there will be angry at himself considering straight a boundary, but just closing the bat way too early. And that's because I'll give credit also to the bowler, Wellington Masakadze. He's been good with his pace, slowing that one down, and obviously not allowing Ryan Rickleton to get under it enough. He's bowled very well. He's come back strong, considering his effort in the first match on Monday is Wellington Masakadze. Just 22 runs off his 5 overs so far. He is a quality bowler, so we can expect Wellington Masakadze to put in a strong performance today. And, Kaya Zondo faces his first delivery. Just a patient cover drive into the deep. There's a man at the sweeper boundary and just keeps that to a 1. The 4th wicket to fall in the first match. Falling for 7, Kaya Zondo. And that's the end of the 26th. South Africa, 123 for 2. Sekunda Raza starts off with a very good delivery to Kaya Zondo. Now, Darlington, could this be an opportune time for Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe 11 to try and pull things back. It's 123. Not to say that the South Africa A side have bolted off, but an opportune time to try and slow that scoring rate a lot more, especially now that there's a new batsman on the crease in Kaya Zondo. You know, Kaya Zondo has had plenty of runs in the domestic league in South Africa and looking to cement his side both in the A side and the national. But lots of work for Zimbabwe to do here.
And that's a really good shot from Zondo. He's hit that in front of middle stump. Got it down to 3rd man boundary for 4. Just the expression on Sekunda Raza's face tells you how close that was. And really calculated risk. Just talking about trying to ensure that South Africa don't get away any further away than they are now. Kaya Zondo's own agenda would be to try and make sure that run rate stays up and about around 6 runs from here. And a beauty from Sekunda Raza. Bowled Kaya Zondo 6 of 6. South Africa now 127 for 2.
Brilliant delivery there from Sekunda Raza. He's got his man. Good comeback after having been reverse swept for a boundary. And would you know, he's held his nerve and has continued to ask the right questions. And he's got the right reward. South Africa 8, 127 for 3.
New batter in is Tinus de Bruin. He batted quite well in the first ODI, being open the batting. Had to make way for Ryan Rickleton today. He's coming in at number 5. A lot of work to do. It's funny, Larry and I were talking off air just after the 100-run partnership. We were saying this is a really, really good score for South Africa. And our statistician, Freeman Chigovera, said that, you must always add 2 wickets to a score, and then you'll be a lot more certain about how good a score it actually is. And he was almost a gift in prophecy as Freeman.
A shot of dismay there from the captain, Sikandar Raza, just bowling. That one too full, and erring in length. And just to shut off the over, the 27th over that is, South Africa 128 for 3. One for 24 and 5 is Wellington Masakadza, and he continues from the golf course end. And what is looking like a very, very good passage of play for the Zimbabwe 11 bowlers. 2 quick wickets from the over of Sikandar Raza, thanks to the bowling of Sikandar Raza, that is. And to continue the good work from the golf course end is Wellington Masakadza, who has been good with his pace. Dunted.
Seen he's been a little bit slower through the air. So we were typically used to seeing him. And as a result, he's asked a lot of questions. Just the one wicket.
Tend to be a touch quicker in that first one-day game. So obviously he's learned quickly that perhaps the variation in pace is the key to go. But up and above that, he's been spot on in his line and length, hasn't he?
What I've liked about today, he's got a few to turn away from the right-handers, and then the others have angled in, and he's mixed them up well. And he's also changed his pace well. That's a decent shot from Tinus de Bruin. You can see what he was trying there. So that's Reza Hendricks looking to go over extra cover. We saw him hit a boundary in that area, I think in the Masakadza's first or second over.
The inside-out option, a good shot to have, especially when you're facing left-arm slower bowlers. But Wellington Masakadza shuts off the over in brilliant fashion. 131 for 3.
Another reverse sweep, and this time it's from Tinus de Bruin. We saw Kaya Zondo play one in the over before this, just before his dismissal. What that's done is it's probably going to force a field change. You just see that is Chivanga has had to go around 10 meters to his left. short man in the short third man. What that does is it opens a gap square of the wicket where it's easy to get singles in.
Yeah, Secunda Rasa just aiming in length there, considering, as Phil said, it's got plenty of protection in the leg side. Sorts of catch, but way too straight to the left side of Ryan Bull. He is a good fielder, but that one was way too far. Interesting field set this is, Darlington. I mean, if you really look at it, Secunda Rasa has a man up at the mid-off option. That way, you can't really pitch it up, isn't it?
And you've got to be bowling at the stumps. And then that makes that reverse very, very good shot. Because you're hitting it off the, basically off middle stump, off leg stump.
So something different there for Secunda Rasa to think about. Should be bowling generally back of a length to force the tennis at the brain to be playing leg side to where he's got plenty of protection. Last ball of the over, and shuts it off. 137 for 3 after 29.
Wellington Sakadza continuing from the golf course end, and we can see Richmond Mtambami just making some changes in the field. And that's a beautiful shot. A little bit of little short from Wellington Masakadza. But Reza Hendricks has played a really wonderful shot to get that away just behind square on the offside.
I'll tell you what, that is smart batting from Reza Hendricks, because you made mention of how Richmond Mtambami was making subtle changes in the field set, taking the conventional sweeper into a more wider sweeper in front to make sure they cut off that inside-out shot that the South African batters have been playing. But unfortunately, this time, in trying to compensate, Wellington Masakadza drops that one short, and the old legs of Tendai Chitara equal to the task, and just cutting what could have been a possible boundary, and just sticking that to 2 runs.
You see, just already 7 of the first 3 deliveries in this over. As we start to get into that period after the 30th over. Somewhere in here, they got to be thinking, got to look for somebody that they attack.
Well, they've played Wellington Masakadza very well, but they've also realised whenever there's an opportunity to score, we might as well score heavily. 7 runs in the over, he's come back strong, and obviously he needs to try and keep the scoring rate down.
And that's very well done by Wesley Madevere. He's moved very quickly to his right. Cut off what would have been a single at the end of the 30th over. South Africa 144 for 3.
Sekanda Raza continuing from the city end. And there has been a change in the commentary box. Larry Quirirai joins me. Good afternoon, Larry. Well, rather good morning. It still is.
Good morning. So, since I went off 2 wickets for, maybe I should get off more often for Zimbabwe's exploits to fall their way.
Well, tell you what, South Africa, 144 for 3 after 30. Pretty much in a similar position as they were in the first match. However, importantly, though, it's 1 wicket less. Would have loved to be a lot more less, but they'll have to work with 3 wickets in the dugout for now. It's obviously that point in time where teams look to double the score to somewhat get a possible projection of what the end total will be. But South Africa looking steady with 2 brilliant players on the wicket right now. Set Reza Hendricks, 65 off 71. 65 off 73 balls rather, and dangerous Thinners de Bruin on 8 off 13 deliveries. Now talking about projections, Larry, you like to do the stats every now and then. What are your thoughts?
With Andile Petluwayo still in the hut, they've got to about 40 overs and there's a batter to bring in. I know who I'm bringing in. Of course, there are other capable batters to come. Certainly got, of course, Henry Klaasen, the captain, still to come in. Andile Petluwayo before him. So South Africa have some firepower still in the hut, and they should be getting close to that 290 mark. And hitting from Andile Petluwayo maybe will get them to closer to that 300 mark, by my reckoning. But that's down to Zimbabwe, of course, doing as much as they can to try to restrict that. And today, Wellington Masakadza has certainly bowled a lot better than he did in the first match, when he was 0 for 62 in 9 overs. Today, he's 1 for 34 in 7 overs. There has been improvement, but it's just down to what happens now. And there is a change in bowling from the golf course end as Tanaka Chivanga comes back. Good idea to bring him back at this moment?
It is definitely for me. I mean, it's a seamer, busting, full of energy. Here's a partnership breaker. He's still to get a wicket in this innings, but there's no harm in bringing Seam here. Let's look as we see how the South Africa 8 batters will like. We're starting to get a liking into Wellington Masakadza. But immediately, unfortunately, it's a short ball from more of a loosener from Tanaka Chivanga, and it's dispatched to that cow corner region. The old legs of Tendai Chitara, unfortunately not able to be quick enough to stop that ball from going for a boundary. For South Africa.
A bit short indeed. A bit short right there, and what I might call a loosener. Not something that Zimbabwe can necessarily afford at this moment. Just signaling, not sure if there's a fielding change, doesn't seem to be any, but
immediate pressure onto the bowler. And Tanaka Chivanga was just coming off from a break. 2 balls into his second spell, 5 runs off it already. So lots of work for him to do. The captain obviously would have brought him back to try and pile on the pressure and hopefully try and get that all-important partnership breaking wicket. And if even better, the wicket of Reza Hendricks. He's looking sad, and you know how dangerous he can be. But I like to think Reza Hendricks is thinking deeper and deeper. If he can still be there at the start of the second power play, then all the danger for South Africa. And what does Tanaka Chivanga do? He does dish a brilliant, juicy half volley to Reza Hendricks, who takes full advantage of that. Brilliant cover drive for 4 runs.
Yeah, absolutely dispatches that. That was just a bit wide, and just was asking to be hit and got the punishment.
Well, not what the Zimbabwe leaving captain Sekanda Raza would have asked for in this over so far. And as the Tanaka Chivanga we know, but much better line and length. And the more he sticks to that line, the more effective he is as a bowler. But the damage has been done. 9 runs off 4 balls. The question is, how many more can South Africa A batters get out of this over?
There's 2 last balls in that over. I'll tell you exactly what the doctor ordered. Of course, there's 1 more ball to go in this over, but there's last 2 balls after the first 3 are more of what he should be trying to bowl at Reese Hendricks, because he was able to pin him down a little bit earlier, but allowing a player of Reese Hendricks' quality the kind of space, you get punished as you stray just a bit onto the legs, onto the pads. And at the end of the 32nd over, South Africa A are 159 for 3.
Sekanda Raza, the Zimbabwe leaving captain, will have to do a bit more work to try and bring this back. It was a good over for South Africa 11 the previous over. That went for 9 runs. Good bowling. Just beating the outside edge of Reese Hendricks, who was looking to cut, looking to play square on the offside. Just looking to give himself room, trying to get on with things. They're in a good position, South Africa A out. 160 for 3 after 32. And so far, so good. So that is Sekanda Raza asking the right questions. Now the question is now, with regards to all the power hitting that's left in the changing room, one thing is certain, I don't see someone like Reese Hendricks, with all his experience, trying to give it away. He will continue playing the ball on merit. Perhaps the batter that will try and take the initiative, Bertinus de Bruin, because it's all important to have that one in batter to play all the way.
Absolutely. We always use the age order as somebody to bat through. And you'd want a Reese Hendricks to be that sort of player to do that. But I think any of the batters still in the hut will back themselves to do something in this particular match, especially given the opportunities. There's the odd stray ball that the bowlers have been bowling from Zimbabwe. Particularly, very disappointed with the first 3 balls from Tanaka Chivanga. A bit of inexperience, maybe?
Bit of an experience, but at the end of the 33rd over, it's 162 for 3. Tanaka Chivanga from the golf course end, hopefully nice and loose and warm this time around. A bit guilty of losing his line and length. The first 3 balls was for his return spell. That's the kind of riser for you. That's what he brings. Brilliant fielding, but tennis the brain comfortably through to the 9 strikers in.
So it's a busy season for international cricket for Zimbabwe at the moment, and you're about to get a different kind of busy for the next couple of weeks, aren't you?
Definitely. Larry, the Zimbabwe A side, flies off to Nepal today. Some interesting names of the players in that squad. So hopefully, once again, more work for the selectors to do in terms of watching keenly in terms of what will be happening down there. They're keeping an open mind in terms of how they're focusing towards the T20 World Cup qualification tournament is concerned. So a massive pull right now. I mean, we have other players who are currently playing their trade outside Zimbabwe, who are also involved, the likes of Roy Kahia, Innocent Kahia as well, brilliant opener. So they're spreading their net wide, trying to make sure they catch all the available talent for that major showpiece.
So when are the matches starting?
I believe the first match is on the 30th, and stretching all the way to the 9th of May. So from the 30th of April right up to the 9th, just 5 50-over matches up in Nepal. And you know, Nepal is a crazy cricket loving nation, so we can expect some good ambience down up there. And hopefully the boys can do well.
Yeah, it's just great to see so much cricket happening, especially at the international level. It exposes a lot of these players who are just used to playing cricket against each other in the domestic league, and suddenly they can go and show what they can do at the international stage. Because when the opportunities are limited to just the national team, you never know what players on the fringe can be. And some of the players who you looked at a bit, like your Tadewa Marumani, and to see what they can do when given another chance.
Most definitely, there's some exciting players up in that Zimbabwe A side, like you mentioned, Tadewa Marumani, who's already represented Zimbabwe national team in the T20 format. The likes of Clive Madande, a busy player. I mentioned already the likes of Innocent Kahia, who's still trying to settle into the national colours, but a very good opener, very classy, very technical. Sort of player that kind of reminds you of Vusi Sibanda, if I may say. But it all comes down to the performances. Tanaka Chivanga, a bit of frustration. His body language tells a bit of that. Just erring in his length. Last ball of the over, short one. And it's after the 34th over. It's 168 for 3. Bit of activity on the square boundary. More on the Tixer box. The ground staff gearing up to come onto the field as the rain starts to drop. This is the sort of weather that Darlington kind of mentioned, and it seems like we're having somewhat of an extended rainy season here in Harare, and in particular Zimbabwe as a whole. Generally, the start of at this moment in time, it should be the start of winter. And the start of a brilliant over so far for South Africa. First ball of the over of Secunda Raza is a boundary. Reza Hendricks punishing that delivery from Secunda Raza. It was short, and he's taken full advantage of that onto the leg side.
And as the rain sort of intensifies just a bit, the umpires look unmoved. So hopefully it goes away, but and so no ball called by the umpire. Secunda Raza have to load that one again. And before he does that, the umpires making some sort of signal.
It is coming from behind us, isn't it? The rain is. So there's plenty of action on the field. The groundsmen are ready to run on, try and make sure that the wicket is covered in time, but the umpire just allowing play to go on for a while. Sekunda Raza, she's pushing that one a bit outside the line of ball stump. A simple cover drive into the deep. Tendai Chitara, he's in the line of action right in front of the ground staff with the covers.
Just a nice little nudge there from Reza Hendricks. Doesn't put too much pressure on himself. Doesn't need to at this point. This partnership has gone quite comfortably to 48. Not many chances created by Zimbabwe. That's the sort of control that Reza Hendricks has had in this match, isn't it?
Well, sitting pretty on 84. You certainly don't want to give it away at this moment in time. Looking for that all-important big one, which probably will be the first 100 if he does get that on of the series so far. 176 for 3, South Africa AI in the 35th over. We're talking about how both teams would have wanted to know what is a brilliant score, and I think South Africa are pretty much set in trying to make sure that they get a good total here. And after the 35th over, South Africa A, 176 for 3.
Attempted sweep from Tinus de Bruin. He's going to feel he's missed out. Got it on the full. Somehow managed to get a top edge. Behind square on the leg side. He was looking behind square on the offside.
The voice you just heard joining me at the moment is Darlington Matambanadzo. And we'll check out Darlington Matambanadzo's stats on the Zimbabwe Cricket app as he plays for club cricket. That is also the Zimbabwe Cricket app, downloadable from the Google Play Store as well as the iStore. Keep up to date with cricket as it happens in Zimbabwe, from domestic cricket to international cricket, and the women's cricket, domestic cricket as it happens as well. Of course, the women won the Capricorn Tri-Series just yesterday out in Namibia. Young Nomvelo Sivanda grabbing her first 5-wicket haul, grabbing 5 for 14. They won by 7 wickets. The first series that has been coached by the brand new coach, Gary Brent. So great to see the ladies.
Good win.
Yeah.
Very good win.
Dominant on the continent.
And Larry, thank you for pointing out the fact that you can see my stats on that Zimbabwe Cricket app, particularly since I haven't had a very good start to the season. It's one of those things you want kept secret.
You've had a better start than mine. I don't even have any stats there.
So at the end of the 36th over, South Africa 179 for 3. It's a leg spinner from Skandaraza. And just the one from it. He's mixed it up quite nicely today. Not as being economical enough. It's going straight up. I think it's going to get to the boundary. Wasn't quite the timing there for Reza Hendricks. How do you make a shot to try and get over the infielder who's at mid-off? Trying to get over towards the long-off boundary. Didn't quite get the connection he would have wanted. Saw a really good partnership from Andile Petrunkwayo and Captain Heinrich Klaassen in the first ODI. It was quite a gritty partnership initially in the beginning. And then there was some explosiveness at the end. I think it's going to be slightly different today, because Reza Hendricks today has provided the grit. I think both Klaassen and Petrunkwayo probably going to come in and try to get on it quickly early on. We've seen Tinus de Bruin use that reverse sweep throughout this innings. He's on 22. One boundary off Skandaraza. That's a good shot. He's made himself a little bit of space. Looking for an opening on the offside. It's the end of the 37th, 184 for 3. Bit of a miss hit from Tinus de Bruin. It's been a quiet moment. Last 3 or 4 overs. Not been many boundaries. I don't think there've been any for about 3.
How much difficult is it? Because you got a bit of a slight drizzle that's on there right at the moment. Of course, it's not the kind. Doesn't have the kind of intensity that would get the umpires to take the players off. But how difficult is it for, as that is hit up way in the sky and Tanaka Chivanga completes the catch. Tinus de Bruin tried the ball just before, mishit it and just fell short of Tanaka Chivanga. But at this point, second time around, trying to go big, Tanaka Chivanga completing the catch. And so South Africa are 186 for 4 after 37.3 overs. So Wellington Masakaza with the breakthrough, his second wicket of the match, forcing, notice some, would you say forcing Tinus de Bruin into a bad shot or a bad decision? You were talking about the pressure that had been caused by not getting a boundary.
I think it had been about 4 or 5 overs without a boundary, and it's combined. It's always you always ball in partnerships. Skandar Raza from the city and Wellington Masakaza had just not given any boundaries. And just a little bit of frustration, I think, from Tinus de Bruin. Didn't quite pick the right one for that shot. That brings really informed Andile Petlukwayo, who is at the moment is at the non-striker's end. That's him with the number 23. Played well in the first one. Today, something slightly different is going to be required from him, I think. Just 12 overs to go after this one.
So does he give himself the next 2 overs perhaps to just have a look in and then launch after that?
I think that's probably the smart thing, is just to have a look, just to see, because conditions are similar to what they were in the first one-day international, but they're not exactly the same. So you just want to bat long enough to figure out the differences and then attack. And that's the end of the 38th over, 187 for 4. And that's a beautiful shot from Reza Hendricks. A really good delivery from Sikandar Butt. He's had to play a really good shot to get it in between the two well-set, well-placed fielders.
What you see from Reza Hendricks there, he actually just makes room for himself to make that shot.
What you see is It's so important to have an in batter. So 94 of 100 deliveries, and an in batter going into the last 10 overs can be absolutely brutal. The Zimbabwe 11 bowlers are going to have to do very, very well. And we see Andile Petlukwayo is going to have his first strike. So Hendricks has already gotten 5 of the first 2 deliveries of Skandaraza's over. It's been a little more expensive than he'd like, I think. 44 of 7.2. A little over 6 and over. It's just largely been because of the quality of Reza Hendricks' play. It's just not really allowed him to bowl anything except the very, very best deliveries. Very slight errors in line and length have been punished. Petlukwayo gets underway immediately. 1 run off the first ball he's faced.
Reza Hendricks just moves to just 4 away from his 100.
And as important, South Africa are just 6 away from 200. To get there before the 40th over would be a real bonus. So I think it's reasonable to expect the side to get 8, 9, or even 10 runs and over in the last 10. So, usually, typically, you want to try and find one bowler that you can smash for 15 or 20, and then find a boundary and over from the rest of the bowlers, and everything else after that is a bonus. So 8 from the Sikandar over. South Africa A 195 for 4. Whittington Masakadza is about to begin his 10th over, his last over. He's gone for 41 as it is. 2 very important wickets.
And as saying a little bit earlier, a much better bowling performance today. It was not for 62 in 9 overs. First time around 2 days ago, but he has bowled with a lot more discipline and has got 2 wickets.
I think the key thing today is his pace has been a little bit slower through the air. And then he's allowed the ball to just hold up in the wicket. He's got a little bit of turn. And he's forced the South African band to create the pace they need to get the ball over the ropes. It's a little bit harder. We've seen Andile Patlukwayo has decided he's going to go immediately. He's had one ball to have a look, and his intentions were very, very clear. He was eyeing that area over mid-on, wide of mid-on that he's been very, very strong in.
A better throw there puts Reza head, or rather Andile Patlukwayo in trouble, but wide of the keeper. I feel the batter would have been well short at that point.
Another run-out opportunity, perhaps. See, Tendai Chatara has picked up the attempt, the reverse sweep from Patlukwayo. Just didn't get the throw close enough to Wellington Masakadza, and that brings up South Africa's 200. The 40th over. Really good going. And short from Wellington Masakadza, and Reza Hendricks gets to 100. He played really, really well. 102 of just 105 deliveries. It's been scored half of the runs that South Africa have put on the board today.
Absolutely. 1600 in list A format. His highest is 181. A very, very, very capable batter indeed.
Absolutely. And going into the last 10 overs of this game, it's going to be very, very dangerous. So if we imagine he's going to face around about half of the 60 balls that are going to be bowled in this 10 over period, he can get 50 or 60 runs off those. That'll be very, very, very good for South Africa, right? So Larry is going to take a short break. And back in the com box is Stanley Choza. Stanley, a really, really interesting position that South Africa have managed to get themselves into.
You'll certainly take this any day. That's the beginning of the 41st over. Not too sure about this ploy from the Zim 11 captain to ball himself in the power play, especially with two big hitters at ploy. But then again, he has that gut feeling that perhaps he can sneak in a wicket or two and perhaps possibly avoid a possible onslaught from the South Africa A batters. On strike at the moment for just 5 off just 6 deliveries. He knows he has time, and obviously he'll take in his stride. And what a brilliant 100 from Reza Hendricks, who spoke about how there's the need, obviously, for any in-batter to try and take it through, and he has done that for South Africa.
We were talking earlier about how big scores are built on one guy who bats through the innings. And if he can do that here, then 100 runs in 10, 80 runs, maybe 80 runs, 100 runs in 10 becomes very, very possible.
Well, South Africa here do need a big one. We talk about how it's important to try and get 80 plus runs in the last 10 overs. Question is how many can get. What a brilliant delivery from Sekanda Raza. It has induced a stumping. I know Chubby, one of the national umpires here in Zimbabwe, not hesitant to lift his finger. And the disappointed Reza Hendricks has to walk back to the changing room.
Very good work from Richmond Mutumbami. Absolutely certain in his appeal. So Reza Hendricks goes for just a 100. And South Africa A now 204 for 5.
Henrik Klaasen comes in and walks in at the back of a magnificent 100 from Risa Hendricks, but unfortunately he was not able to get on thanks to some good work behind the stumps from Richmond Mutumbami. What looked like a googly bit into the inside of a delivery from Sekanda Raza, and obviously giving impetus as to why he put himself back on at the 41st over. But a pity for Risa Hendricks, not able to fully express himself in the power play and hopefully get a bigger score for South Africa A. It's now in the hands of Henrik Klaasen, coming off a fantastic 50 in the first 50 over match, and he joins an able partner, his partner in crime in the first 50 over match in Andile Petlokwayo. The question then that lies about in Darlington, how much more damage can the South Africa A batters inflict on the Zimbabwe bowling? Sekanda Raza, brilliant. That is what he brings to the table. Very flexible, agile. He is Sekanda Raza. A very good fielder for the Zimbabwe national team. I'll tell you what, this has been a good over from Sekanda Raza. He's bowled very well and is tightening up the screws. And hence, at the end of the 41st over, it's 207 for 5. Sekanda Raza, the Zim 11 captain, sticking to spin and introducing Wesley Madevere from the golf course end. Obviously, this could be a good change-up, and trying to mix it up. Earlier on, it was Wellington Masakaza from this end, now bringing off right-arm off-spinner to the left-handed and Petlokwayo. It's just a punch, an off-drive, basic drive to Nakatefanga for 1. That brings Henrik Klaasen, the new batter, on to strike. Could be a good contest, this.
I think it will be. Henrik Klaasen hit it really, really nicely in the first one-day international, and as did Andile Petlokwayo. And I think what we saw was once you got the ball outside of off stump, he wasn't as destructive. I think also what would help Wesley Madevere is he's going to get a little bit of turn away from the left hand at Petlokwayo. There is a little bit of bite for Wesley Madevere. This might actually be a really good move. Just before you reintroduce the seamers, South Africans face some spin. Very, very well done.
Bit of confusion in the deep there. It has resulted in an extra run. And the captain, Sekanda Raza, will not be happy with that. Bit of a collusion between Tendai Chatara and Takudzwanashe Kaitano. But fortunately for the two Zimbabwe fielders, all in safe, no injury. And hence the match can continue with its tempo. Right, but unfortunately, due to that collision, we have the national physio in Trevor Wambu, who's just had to dash out to attend to Takudzwanashe Kaitano, who's the opening batsman. I'm just hoping that nothing too serious comes out of that collusion. We're pretty much in the business end as we approach the end of the innings for South Africa. 211 for 5 after 41 overs. Currently in the 46th. The drizzle, Darlington. Could this hamper what could be a good innings for South Africa? Once again, we see a possible Duckworth-Lewis equation being introduced into this match.
I don't think this particular drizzle right now is going to affect the game much. It just makes it a little bit harder to grip a cricket ball when it's a little bit wet. It's well bowled from Wesley Madevere. Ndile has given himself a little bit of room to allow him to extend the arms through the ball, and Wesley Madevere has followed him. It's made it really, really difficult for Petlukwaya to get those long hits he's looking for.
Wesley, just Mutumami had not collected that. You'll have to bowl that one again. Better. I think that's what he needs to do, Wesley Madera, just to keep it simple. I'm sure so what he could do is take a leaf out of Masakadza, who has varied his pace very well. This moment in time, Wesley Madera looking to bowl it into the wicket. Like I said, there was a delivery, lots of bite, but not too sure he will get that bite if he's bowling that quick. At this moment, he's just going for more on the defensive side. As long as he gets the single down the wicket, he's happy. At the end of the 42nd over, South Africa 8, currently 214 for 5.
How many?
Quicker one from Sikandar Raza. Henry Claassen realizing the need to be scoring on a ball, nothing less than that. First ball, 1 run, and brings about Andile Petlukwaya, who's currently on 9 runs of 12 deliveries. Cut! But once again, finding the man in the deep. Sikandar Raza doing well, pulling to his field set. Never easy, Darlington, for a spinner to be bowling at this time or period of the game, especially when you know you've got 2 big hitters who at any moment are ready to tee off.
And I think, as you mentioned earlier, I think the understanding is that if you bowl into the wicket, it's a lot harder to hit it out the ground. Batters have to play really, really good shots to get underneath it far enough. Because your natural instinct when a ball is bowled into the wicket is to play it off the back foot and straight. To try and get forward and underneath it is a lot. It goes counter to what we've practiced as batters for most of our careers, and it can be a very, very useful delivery. We've seen for both Raza and for Wesley Madevere, you can see on the back foot and playing straight.
Sikandar Raza will be disappointed. He should have started that one, but perhaps the batter of Andile Petlukwaya being in his way and going for safety. Sikandar Raza, using all his experience, he's been around. He's featured in many a T20 competition around the world. And all that expertise is being shown in this over.
That's a really important dot ball.
Good bowling. Brilliant bowling from Sikandar Raza has been. At the end of the 43rd over, 217 for 5.
Change of bowling. Change of bowling we've been expecting. Donald Tiripano bowled 5 for 21. Quite economical. We saw a plan against Andile Petlukwayo in the first one-day international that seemed to work. It's the ball quite wide of all. I think just looking at the way the field is set, it's probably going to be the area he's going to be looking. Just don't want to get him anything that he can bowl him, anything that he can get underneath.
Donald Tiripano, unfortunately, first delivery of the over, still it misses his line in length. This moment in time, if you're going to bowl back of length, surely should be on hip line. Donald bowling full, and Andile Petlukwayo obliging 6 over long one.
Very strong in this area is Andile Petlukwayo, and we see immediately he didn't need a second invitation. First ball he got, a slot, and he's hit it out of the ground.
Some thinking to do here for Donald Tiripano. The field said, quite simple. Wide York is an option. Slow ball bouncer. Finds the fielder at dip mid-wicket. I'm sure would have been disappointed. Perhaps if hit that a lot more squarer, would have been a boundary, because there's a massive gap between the field at dip mid-wicket and a deep square leg. Seven runs it is after 2 balls at Darlington. Could this be the over? Remember, we're talking about a 15 to 20 run over to try and catch up. Could that South Africa will look to target?
I think it would be a good idea. Just take a little bit of a risk here. Because what it then would do, it would mean that Skandar Raza is going to need to find another bowler to fill in the overs he'd expected Tiripano to bowl. Then he has a wide down leg, so technically just the 2 balls bowled, because that wide doesn't count. And he's an 8 off 2. Another boundary or 2 here, and it can be a really, really big over. So Tiripano has to be very, very careful. He's just got to get it right.
Earlier on in the innings, we witnessed an over from Tanaka Javan. We felt perhaps he was not warm enough, and we thought perhaps the inexperience creeping in. But Donald, an experienced bowler, and 2 looseners already, if not 3. Darlington. Now, could this be the effect of the weather? I mean, there's a strong breeze going across the ground. It's quite nippy. Could this be causing bowlers who haven't bowled for quite a while to stiffen up? Perhaps requiring a couple of deliveries to get into their stride.
It's also very important that when you're in the outfield, you've got to make sure that you keep stretching, keep jogging. If you're not getting a lot of running, you've got to maybe just jog on the spot, or just keep your body warm. And because when the ball comes, you'll have very, very little opportunity to get it right. I think that's the line to bowl at Andile Petlukwayo.
Just wideish outside the line of 4 stump. Getting it to go across is Donald Tiripano. I'm sure that, though he missed his lane, I'm sure he's trying to bowl what could be a wide joker. I mean, he has the full set for it. But fortunately for him, Andile Petlukwayo playing in mid. Slow ball bouncer. But Kevin Kasuza, deep square leg, not able to get that. And Petlukwayo coming round, scurrying for 2. We're not happy with that effort from Kevin Kasuza in the deep. Trying to stop all the runs possible here. And I spoke about how this could be the over that the Sahib is looking to go heavy.
So 11 so far, just the 1 ball remaining. It's absolutely vital that Donald Tiripano does not get this in the wrong place. He's got to make sure that it's nice and full. I expect to see Andile Petlukwayo move around the crease a little bit. It's just Just a good slow ball bounce finish off the over. 12 from the 44th over. Africa 8, 232 for 5.
A bowling change from the City end. Tendai Chatara comes in. Coming Oldham, he has to try and bring down this run rate. If not possible, he has to try and make sure he does not go for more than 11 like his counterpart Donald Tipano just had in the previous over. They've done well, the Zimbabwe bowlers. It's currently 232 to 5. Another wicket or two here could really put the South Africa A batting unit into a spot of bother.
He started well. That's Donald Tiribana, sorry. And got that length right. And, I think he's missed out a little bit. Chatara is talking about bowlers probably not warming up properly. Not the case with Chatara. He's on a good length, on a line immediately.
Importantly for me, there is the line targeting that hip. But this time, a little too straight, giving the powerful Andy Pathukwayo a bit of room to pull that one for 6 over long on. Tendai Chatara started off well, but once again, such has been the nature of the Zimbabwe power play. One good delivery, but not so good in the follow-up.
Had to be full and straight, didn't it? Had to be full or outside off stump. To be full and straight because we see mid-off is in the circle, so you can't go outside off because you open up that offside. So it's got to be really full and hitting the stumps. Just sure that all he can ever get is just one run. And that looks like an opportunity. And that is, yes, and he's bowled well. A little change of pace. Tendai Chatara gets rid of the dangerous looking Andile Petlukwayo. That's what Madawede does, takes the catch.
Brilliant comeback, especially after the delivery, the previous delivery where it's swatted for 6 over long on. The experience of Tendai Chatara bowling a bowler and Andile Petlukwayo trying to get underneath, but the length was just too good. Easy pickings for the good fielder in terms of Wesley Madawede. And as Andile Petlukwayo walks down the change room, 238 for 6, South Africa AR.
You better in. It's beyond 14. Klaasen just gets the ball down to long off. And Fortuin is going to get his first look to Tendai Chichara today. 7 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. And the really crucial wicket of Andile Petlukwayo, 27 of 23. We were saying 300 earlier, Stan. Maybe 280, 290.
Tell you what, the Zimbabwean bowlers have somehow managed to consistently take wickets in a regular, and that has somehow stamped the flow of runs by the South Africa A batters. And the Zimbabwe boys have taken wickets at crucial moments, especially the wicket of well-said Fredericks. And you talk of the big hitter, Andile Petlukwayo, not finding the rhythm and form that he had in the first one-day game.
I need to correct you there, Stan. I think he was not allowed to find the rhythm and form he got in the first game. I think Dachatara bowled quite well at him. One leg, and he followed it up with the ball in the right place. At the end of the 45th over, 241 for 6.
Donald Tiprano continues from the golf course in and immediately starts with an extra. He is frustrated with himself, usually tries to maintain high standards in his bowling. In every aspect of land, in that lakeside region, there's no mid-wicket in place. So easy pickings, especially with the line that Donald Tiprano is trying to bowl, which is aiming for those pads and trying to force the batters to play a leg side.
So what the doctor ordered for Zimbabwe 11 in the last couple of overs, last 5 overs. If you take wickets, you take a lot of runs, you quite say it. Stanley.
One important period.
And that's
just noticing the movement of Henrik Klaasen, but not, unfortunately, Henrik Klaasen able to pull that away on the wide, finding the massive gap between sweeper and fielder at long off, and as an easy boundary. So Henrik Klaasen looking to continue with good work he's had, especially from the first one-day game. He isn't good nick, Henrik Klaasen is currently 18 runs off just 12 balls at this moment in time, at a strike rate of 150.
Certainly is. As a classy player, Henrik Klaasen. And at this point, if you're South Africa, other than the obvious hit the ball as hard as possible and make sure it gets to the boundary, how do you get yourself as close to 300 as possible?
Well, at some point you have to target a bowler, isn't it? However, at this moment in time, we can see how Donald Tiprano is not in his zone. He seems to be struggling. He doesn't seem to have that momentum and the rhythm that he really has. So, this kind of bowling that we're seeing from Donald Tiprano, you don't have to try too many things. You have to wait for the bad ball, I suppose. And there have been bad balls from Donald Tiprano, unfortunately for him.
So, as Sikandar Raza, and then in the 40th over, do you decide to bring in perhaps Tanaka Chivanga this side, or you just persist with Donald Tiprano, given what's happening at the moment?
He can continue. We know what Donald Tiprano brings. I mean, it's not every day that a bowler gets a song, but you can always back him. He's a senior bowler, is Donald Tiprano. But he's still got a couple of overs in Chavang, still got a couple of more overs in the experienced Tendai Chatara. So it just comes up with how he'll mix up his bowlers, perhaps. More importantly also, you don't need to bowl them 2 overs consistent, 1 over immediately after the other. Perhaps you could have tried it on this side in Chavang. But be that as it may, the ball in hand is with Donald Tiripano. He has to do the job at this moment in time. Just one more ball to go. It's the 250 mark for South Africa. They'll be pleased. They've been consistent in scoring runs. It's good. The bouncer, slow ball bouncer from Donald Tiripano, but fumble indeed from Takuzo Nashikaita allows the South Africa A batters to streak in another 2. So it's the end of the 46th over. South Africa A 252 for 6. Tendai Chatara continues from the city end. He starts off with a short one. Bjorn Fontaine not able to effectively hit that one. Just a short pull to the fielder at deep square leg. Milton Shumba. I'm eager to watch batting later on in the afternoon today. We talk about how hard it is to bowl in the dead. But when you have to bowl another immediately after that one, you kind of think perhaps Raza would have used Tanaka Chiva to try and break the rhythm that the South African batters are in.
Or perhaps he's thinking, I'll go with experienced bowler. He's taking 2 wickets. And he's thinking maybe there's a high chance of me getting a wicket with Chatara, because if he takes the wicket, batted so well and so ably in the first match. It's not an easy man to get out.
With just for the one.
Looked at Tanaka Chivanga as an option, but I don't know if a bit of the drizzle that is there might be making it harder to bowl, making the ball a little bit slippery. Could that have any effect on the control?
Possibly, but Henry Clausen is not interested in whether the ball is sticking or slipping in the bowler's hand, as it deposits that one straight for a massive 6.
As a humongous 6. It's one that I think you just have to get. One you just have to replace the ball as the umpire comes. But again, the rain intensifies just that little bit as a ball change is taking place. After that 6 by Henry Clausen went all the way, I think, to the 2nd floor of the building opposite. As you can see, the groundsmen are just waiting on the square leg boundary. The umpires just look unmoved. Umpires just collecting the ball for the replacement ball and handing it to Tendai Chatara. Get on with the job, young man, they say.
Well, the umpires have been good, really allowing that the match does go on as long as the wicket is safe. But unfortunately, to add salt into injury, Tendai Chatara will have that one again. You could see the idea to try and bowl the wide Yorker, but unfortunately too wide for the umpire's liking, and this time the umpire signals for the groundsman to come on with the cover. Like I mentioned earlier, Zimbabwe currently experiencing an extended rainy season. Usually by now, we would be in the start of the winter season. All rains out and dry. But unfortunately for us here, the covers have to go on, and rightfully so. And we'll have to take a break, and we will return with more information in terms of how they will progress from here on.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the second half of this second one-day international between Zimbabwe 11 and South Africa 8. Revised target. We lost 4 overs, it's a little over 4 overs to rain this just for lunch. And the revised target for the Zimbabweans is 283 in 46 overs. Zimbabwe have already lost the first wicket, who was Kevin Kasuza bowled Liz Williams for 1. And Zimbabwe now with 1 ball remaining in the first over in fewer balls have to make more runs than South Africa did. And that's just a quirk of Duckworth Lewis. So at the end of the first over, Zimbabwe are 3 for 1.
As he was trying to go big for the to get to 50 runs. They'll need him to make some runs today. But as for Takuza Nashe Kaitana, he's going to have to prove that he can bat against this kind of pace. Was beaten by it in the first match.
That's a very close shot, I think. Might have just pitched outside leg. Pavilion takes a long look. The umpire, I think it might just be marginal. 2 factors there, perhaps. Might have just pitched outside leg and may have been a bit high.
Prince Mashara beaten by the pace a little bit there.
It's that little bit of nibble C movement, I think. You did ask earlier about Kevin Kasuza had difficulty with Rizard Williams in the first international. Got bowled out without scoring. I saw a little technical issue in the sense that when you're facing quickish bowling, it's very important that when as the ball is released out of the bowler's hand, that the batter's got to be absolutely stationary. Because if you're still in motion when the ball's released, it makes your head shake around a little, and it makes it slightly harder to sight a ball as early as you usually need to when a ball's quite quick. I think that's just a small technical issue that I saw with Takuzwana Shekaitano in the first ODI. It's usually just a case of nerves.
That's everything. It's a searing delivery that just went through him. Prince Mashara knew nothing about that.
So again, we see a little bit of C movement into Prince Mashara for Darren de Pavilion. It's going to be what was key in the South African innings is we saw they lost an early wicket. What we did see is batters number 1 and 3 batted for a very, very long time. Key to South Africa being able to post a fairly difficult target, 266. At the end of the second over, Zimbabwe 11 are 5 for 1.
So Zimbabwe need to take some inspiration from the South Africa A innings of the Zimbabwe 11 who are batting, because South Africa A lost a wicket, the wicket of Tony Dezozi for 13. That is South Africa 13 for 1 at some point, and then there was 106 partnership for the second wicket, for the third wicket rather. That was between second wicket Ryan Rickleton and Reza Hendrick for the second wicket, and there were Reza Hendricks was able to make 102 and Ryan Rickleton 63. Zimbabwe 11 will need to have that level of recovery so as to be able to take this match away from the South African bowlers that are bowling pretty well at the moment.
That's right. Very, very, very true. Big, important knock for Kudzwanashi Kaitano. Talking earlier about how his batting technique had some issues with it. And we're seeing a very different Kaitano today. You've seen Lazard Williams is bowling full, expecting to knock him over as easily as he did in the first encounter. We've seen Kudzwanashi Kaitano has played those full deliveries really, really well. And I think he's got his trigger movement worked out. He's looking a lot more composed, and he looks to be fairly stationary, actually stationary when the ball is released, giving himself that little bit of extra time to sight the ball. And shot didn't quite get it in the gap to the right of Andile Peklikwayo at mid-on. Those were the sort of deliveries that he had difficulty with in the first one-day international. The fact that he's actually playing positively, trying to hit them to the boundaries, a very, very good sign for the Zimbabwe 11. And a top edge pull shot. It's going to go all the way to the boundary, just one bounce.
First boundary of the over. Certainly no fielder there, so one of the safe shots.
First boundary of the game. It's just onto him a little too quickly. See, key secret with playing the pull shot is the wicket area. Starting to look as if he's found the pace of this wicket and the pace of Dupavilon. Still haven't seen anything short ball at him. Should be an interesting idea of how he's going to play Dupavilon.
Could be a difficult one for Zimbabwe today. Required run rate already around 6.42. So essentially, think of it as chasing 300 if it was 50 overs. 300 and a bit, so they're already stacked up against it, which means these two batters will need to start getting on as soon as possible. Yes, there is this period you got to give respect to the bowlers, the opening bowlers who will be getting something out of the pitch, but they will need to start getting on a bit.
Because the thing is, I expect to see very quickly that score, the run required, get up above 6.5, start to creep towards 7 around the 10th over if one of these two batters doesn't find a way to at least find a boundary every couple of overs. So a top edge for 4 from Kudzwanashi Kaitano, which just makes it a little bit easier, prevents that run rate from getting far ahead of you. But yes, I think I'd guess that the Zimbabwe 11 are going to be chasing a run rate around about 7 for most of this match. And that's a really good bouncer, well directed. Oh,
it's given wide.
It's been called wide. I think it's a bit high and over legs, outside leg stump. That's I like the position that Kaitano has gotten into there, though. See him get inside the ball and watch it all the way, which is a sign that he's likely to be picking it up early enough. push for the second off his pads, does Caetano. Comfortably. Good man. Mandy Pavilion, City End. Solidly in behind it is Takudzwana Shikaitano.
Sun peeking out just a bit, so if you're near Harare Sports Club, come through and catch some of the action. Really had a good morning of cricket this morning. Zimbabwe 11's run chase underway at the moment.
It's a really attractive looking shot from Caetano to end the fourth over. Zimbabwe 11, 13 for 1. Zard Williams round the wicket to Prince Mashare, and he's two straight. Mashare has played that really, really authoritative. Gets his first boundary in this innings.
A really, really good shot to the onside. Almost a bit square, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing is it's an art, real art, bowling around the wicket at left-handers. In some ways, it can give you a very, very small margin for error. Because you want to bowl at the stumps, but if you start it on the line of the stumps, it always ends up down leg. But you've got to bowl a little way outside off to hit the stumps on the angle that you're bowling from. You got it right the second delivery. Didn't get the length right. Mashare was a little disappointed in himself. He should have hit that for 4. But Zard Williams has the right line, I think, now.
It's a very interesting field placements you see from South Africa, because they've got a man at third man, as well as sort of like a fine leg, deep fine leg sort of position. Probably seeing the ways these batters try to play, enjoy playing off their pads, and so closing off all those opportunities that could generate boundaries.
That's right, because you'll find that most of your runs, when guys start a ball above a certain, usually.
So given the limitations and as far as how many people you can have outside the square, that means that positions further up this way, right, will, for example, at mid-off and what you call it, at mid-on and that sort of positions, tend to be give you a lot more opportunities. With this kind of space, obviously you can't walk down too much. What do you do then to try and get runs where they're a bit vacant?
Just do that, I think. It's a really good sign of what I think you would have to do. Is just look for very small in line and length. wasn't actually a very, very bad delivery, but it was just a little bit fuller and wider than Zard Williams would really want it to be. You've just got to make sure that when you get those, you put them away. We saw Prince Mashauri a few balls before that. Got one that was a low full toss, and you could see he shot himself, because he also understood that that is the other one that you get occasionally when guys are trying to bowl you Yorkers. They sometimes miss their length and bowl either a half volley or a low full toss. You've got to make sure that you put those away. That's a nice change of pace from Zard Williams to end the over. Zimbabwe 11, 19 for 1. Incredible shot from Takudzwa Nashikaitano. He's walked a little bit further across to the offside and picked Darren de Pavilon over deep backwards leg. It's his second boundary in his innings. He's trying to get a move on. He's 14 off 17. And the partnership has just reached 20.
A man who just looks really good playing on the onside, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, you start to get into double figures. Technically, you've got to start. You've got to push on once you've gotten a start. Another really attractive looking shot from Caetano. Seems to have found his corrected the whatever flaw in his technique that got knocked over early in the first one-day international. Really attractive looking batsman when he starts going, when he gets going. Really does time a ball quite sweetly.
I'll tell you what, for the type of bowling that they have, also rather the type of field that they've set up, the two bowlers have bowled with a lot of discipline, save for a few balls or some inventiveness by the Zimbabwean batters. They've bowled to action.
Full and on just outside the off stump. Not been really much short. A couple we've seen have been very well directed, like bounces, bowled with a lot of intent, a little bit of extra pace. We've seen top edge from Caetano, and we've seen him get inside and underneath one into Pavilon. Seen Caetano's very strong into that area at mid-wicket. So we just get reinforced as Reza Hendricks has been moved from second to the mid-wicket area. And then he's been given out LBW. Takudzwa Nashikaitano has been looking to get across the stumps to the Pavilon and hit over the side. He's been given out LBW. And he departs for 14 from 20 balls. And Zimbabwe 11 are 23 for 2. Wesley Madavere is that played a really enterprising innings in the first one-day international. Brought the Zimbabwean side back into that game. Scored really quickly. Strike rate probably around 140. Bounced out by Gerald Coetzee, and we expect anyway that he's going to get a few short ones from Tendo Pavilion. Let's see, a fuller one to start. That ends the 6th over, 23 for 2. Zard Williams continues from the golf course end. Prosper to Prince Mashaure. He's bowled well. 1 wicket, 12 runs, 3 overs before this. What it is Larry rightly pointed out earlier in this commentary session of ours. Key thing has been his length. It's been very disciplined. It's been full on or just outside off stump. Just one error when he straight to Prince Mashaure's pads, and the other boundary hit off him was actually a top edge pull. I think it's a good idea to try when a batter first comes out. It's the bouncer. We saw Caetano, or I think it was Kevin Kasuza, was dropped a deep fine leg, and then he tried it against Caetano and he got a top edge as well, but that went over the slips.
Yep.
It's one of those things that it could have been 3 for 12 here. And Prince Mashaure is absolutely disappointed with himself. He's totally given away. Just didn't move his feet and go at the ball. 6. Zimbabwe now in really deep trouble at 23 for 3.
So Zimbabwe in a spot of bother at the moment. Zimbabwe 11, I beg your pardon. Zimbabwe 11 in a spot of bother, 23 for 3 after 6.3 overs. The last wicket to go out, that of
new batter in is Milton Shumba. Basically got into the national team around about the same time, and then they play for the same club side in the domestic club cricket. Very, very good understanding running between the wickets. So we should see some really, really sharp singles run here. And Milton Shumba's come in. where he cannot fail. He's got to make runs here. Both of them have to make runs here. Because I think if Zimbabwe 11 find themselves 4 down with not many more than the 23 they have on them now, I don't really see a situation where they could bat themselves to 188, and that's a really good first delivery from Lazard Williams. Really love to watch fast bowling of that sort of quality.
The kind of bowling that says, I'll show you that I'm around.
And we know that he's going to make life as uncomfortable for Milton Shumbara as he possibly can. Still 2 balls left in the over. So we know that one of these is probably going to be in the block hole. One of them might be a good delivery. And that's the good length delivery. And Milton Shumbara's knocked away. He's played a really aggressive shot at it. Didn't find the gap in the field. His intent is very, very clear.
You're going to give him credit, because there was that attempt at what they would call in wrestling sweet chin music, and he ducked it. And next ball he's trying to send it with a square cut. Third ball he's punched it down, so a wicket made in there, and Zimbabwe 11 are 23 for 3 after 7 overs.
Bowling change from the city end. Gerald Coetzee bowled well for most of the first one-day international. Just had a little bit of difficulty in the latter half of the game. And he's been brought into the attack. I think that's no mistake, because he was the one who knocked over Wesley Madebe in that first international. A couple of lengths and then got a bounce to high, slightly outside off stump that Madebe top edged into the region towards fine leg. The captain Heinrich Klaassen had to cover around about 20-25 meters to take quite a good catch. It's always interesting in cricket, because cricket can often be about winning some one-on-one encounters. And Wesley Madebe, if Zimbabwe is to do well here, has to win this one against Lazard Williams. Forgive me, that's against Gerald Coetzee. I don't think it's an accident that he's bowling at this particular junction, because Heinrich Klaassen knows that one more wicket here and it'll be almost impossible for Zimbabwe to win this game, and that's it, and he's done it. Really well worked wicket from Gerald Coetzee. Short to Wesley Madebe, who hasn't hit it really, really well with not quite enough control. He goes without scoring. And the Zimbabwe 11 now in some really deep trouble at 23 for 4.
So you're just saying that that was excellent planning by Arne Klaassen because he brought in Gerard Coetzee soon as Wesley Madevere came in, and they had Kaya at that catching square leg.
Absolutely, yeah. And he got him out with a short ball in the first one-day international, got him out with a short ball in this one-day international. And it's just quite well as Wesley Madevere, but he's hit it straight to Kaya Zondo at square leg. And that's brought captain Skanda Raza to the crease. We're going to need a real captain's innings from Raza today. If Zimbabwe 11 are going to go and get in here that 283. There's a little bit of a misfield from Dzozi at point. It was Raza to scramble through for just one run. He's off the mark immediately. So Williams a little too straight to Milton Schuma. He was going to get just the two from it. Didn't quite have the timing he would have liked.
By my thinking, the only thing that could stop South Africa A from a victory is if excessive precipitation, otherwise known as rain. So they should be favourites right now, super favourites.
That's a really nice looking shot from Milton Schuma. What is absolutely necessary for Zimbabwe 11 to win from here is a really partnership here. I'm talking a magnitude of maybe 120, 150 runs. And that's just the start, because one of these two then has to bat until the 46th over when this game is going to end. And that is just have a chance that they might win this. As it is, just one more wicket. I think it will be final nail in this cup.
But it's a funny game, this game called cricket.
It is. You know that, I think it's around about, it's a 20 overs constitute game. So, you know, that rain has to come within the next hour if Zimbabwe don't have to bat themselves to victory here.
Just to remind you that the target of Zimbabwe at the moment is 283 from 46 overs. That after the loss of overs due to rain. South Africa made 266 from 46.5 overs. So, as it stands, Zimbabwe 11, spot of bother. As Lazard Williams is bowling his fifth over.
Beautiful shot from Milton Schuma. Probably just going to be two. Right, he's going to make it back for three. We have really loud cheers from the small crowd that is in the ground here today. See, Zimbabwe needs 253 from 223. And the only way that is ever going to be possible, one of these guys makes at least half of the runs, which is around about 200, 130 that wants to get. If both can get big hundreds, then Zimbabwe can win this win this easily. But it's not going to look like that for the next 10 or 15 hours. It's going to be a really, really, really hard grind. Just the one delivery left, and Lazard Williams is fifth. He's got 2 wickets. It's in the air through the gully. And immediately Skandara called for 2. So 32-4 after 9. And Gerald has done the job he was brought into the attack for. Just the one over. And he's been replaced by... So is this... sorry, this is Reese Hendricks. Bowling is off spin from the city end. Really interesting bit of captaincy from Henry Larson. Makes it very, very clear that they had a plan. Wesley Madere, which actually suggests that they rate him as a cricketer. Because you often don't make plans like that. That's elaborate, that precise sort of plans for ordinary cricketers. Because ordinary cricketers, you just basically bowl full and straight, and you expect that you're going to knock over. When you have really well worked plans like that, it's a real mark of respect for Wesley Madere, and he should be a little bit disappointed. And that is the end of the first power play. It's kind of just 9 overs in this instance, because we've had 4 overs lost to precipitation just before the lunchtime break. Precipitation is your word, Larry. We call it rain in Zimbabwe.
Vagaries of being a writer. So what they've done here is, of course, they've got a leg slip in place. Is they realize that these two players can run very well between the wickets. So what they've done is just to sort of limit them to singles or twos best, as opposed to piercing putting too much on the attacking field and piercing it and conceding boundaries. So which for me is a pretty ploy to put in place.
Zimbabwe 11 require 6.7 at the moment, 6.8. 6.81 exactly. And singles, just like, I'm gonna really do it. So what you want to try and do is just make sure that you keep them to around about 4.5 runs and over. And by the time you hit the 25th, like the halfway mark, which today is going to be around the 23rd over, you should run rate will be approaching double figures. Run rate required will be approaching double figures. And, this is not a bad ploy. And the interesting thing that Klaasen is doing is getting Hendricks to bowl right now. So just to get a lot of the overs that you need out of the way, and you make sure that your four main bowlers have a full complement of overs. And as this gets tighter and tighter, they're going to do a lot of the bowling. And at the end of the 10th over, Zimbabwe 11, 36 for 4.
So a clever play here from South Africa because of the threat of rain. If you get your spinner to come in and through as many overs as possible in quick time, it means that you get to that 20 over mark and the result becomes possible. That's of course unless Zimbabwe suddenly accelerate and make a lot of runs between here and there.
Another very interesting, yeah, very good. And then spin from both ends. So Riza from the city end, and then the front line spinner on the side, and Fortuin from the golf course end. Because yes, he can get through his overs very quickly. It's a 4 or 5 step run up. Pull shot from Sikandar Raza. Richard, who's behind the stumps, didn't think that was a good shot. So a lot of excitement as that shot was being played. We also saw earlier a very important contribution from Bjorn Fortuin with the bat. 8 of 6. And it's important when you come in towards the end of the game, you don't really hit up many balls. He didn't do that. Singles off most balls that he faced, and then one boundary. Pull shot off, I think it was Donald Tiripan. And then he started his bowling spell really well. Just 2 runs so far. The 4 balls he's bowled. And I think he's taken a page out of Wellington Masakadza's book. Masakadza bowled really well this morning. What he did, he bowled a lot slower than we're used to seeing him bowl. Bowling into the wind, as the wind is being blowing from the southern or the city end of the ground. Been blustery. It's not been a consistent northerly, southerly wind. So at the end of the 11th over, 39 for 4. Can you go back to life? I just wanted to see me live. because live has more. No, live, not scorecard, because live has got more information related to what's going on now.
So, Freeman, is it the wind that's making the camera unstable?
A bit of a turn for Risa Hendricks immediately. And then we were seeing a couple of really uncharacteristic shots from Sikandar Raza, and I think it might be the pressure. He knows that the run rate now over 7. Just can't afford to let a bowler you 2-dot balls.
But also what's happening here is there isn't much pace to work with. You've got to generate the pace yourself with these spinners, and Risa Hendricks is a capable spinner, so it's not a case of it doesn't want to face 2-dot balls. That's just really good bowling. And there isn't enough confidence to use your feet.
So looked like Milton was shaping play, big slug sweep, wide open spaces over the into the cow corner area.
So what South Africa have done here, as we see the last ball of this, it's 44 after 12. So South Africa, for Milton Schumer, because they realize he's a good sweeper, they've placed a gully and a leg gully in position, so that if you attempt to sweep it, if it times it, it goes straight to the catching, the person in the catching position.
Yeah, it's really thoughtful cricket. Really thoughtful cricket. And I've been really impressed by the signs of the levels of preparation that go into, say, dismissals like Tima Deveres, and just setting it up so that it's very difficult for Sikandar to get going. He's striking at 67 at the moment. The rate required is climbing to about 7.1. See some of the shots that he's playing, suggestive pressure,
Trying to manufacture a shot, and he just doesn't need to do that. I mean, I think you've got to be sensibly, but of course that run rate is a big issue at the moment as it continues to creep up.
I think this is just about time in the game. We saw Milton Shumba's really good innings for Zimbabwe 11 in the first one-day international. It was about time in the game, and then he's absolutely picked that really well. Sikandar Raza. I think the thing about it is that it's the length. He's been given the length he needs to get underneath, and it's sliding on towards the leg stump, and he's gone into the wide open area at wideish long on. Hit Bjorn Fortuin for a really much needed 6. Just for his own confidence, really.
And another one goes all the way. Also knocks over the cameraman over on the square boundary. Sikandar Raza says, I've had enough of Zimbabwe go past the 50 mark. They're now 54 for 4. This partnership now 31. Sikandar Raza heaving 2 sixes in a row of Bjorn Fortuin.
These were really high quality shots. I saw his shot over wide, long on. Was about knowing that that ball was angling in towards his pads and that the lift was just right. And then remember that it was short. He seized it very quickly. Hit it a long way.
A big over for Zimbabwe there. 13 runs off that over. And we were talking at the beginning of that over how Zimbabwe started feeling the pressure, getting bogged down. The captain, Sikanda Raza, relieving some of that pressure with those 2 big sixes.
Long way to go. At the end of the 13th over, 50 for 4. Well, Craft single off the first ball by Milton Shumba. Partnership now 32. Really, really important. So as much as important it is for a batter to get into the 30s, you should be in. You should be sure that you get a long way, get yourself into the hundreds. I think for this partnership, gotten into the 30s, it's very important that this partnership becomes a very, very big partnership.
Clever bowling there, nice and full. Just a bit of pace on that. And what that resulted in is that he's had to dig it out. Skandaraza hoping to push that.
Good over so far from Reza Hendricks. Just the 1 run from it. 4 balls bowled.
Skandaraza getting on one knee, hoping to heave that over, but packed onside field.
He's going to think to himself, he's missed out a little bit. It was short enough for him to play a shot at. It was going down the leg side. And just the 1 run from the 14th over. Zimbabwe 11.55 for 4. Beautiful delivery from John Fortain. Really taking the pace off that delivery to Milton Shumba. He's thrown it up outside off stump. And he's turned the first one. The second one has gone on with the arm.
Relieved with the ball, Milton Shumba seems to be keen on not the strike too much. Give it over to the man who's ready to hit the ball for 4s and 6s. That is Sikandaraza. Hope he can get the same purchase he got in the last over against Bjorn, perhaps.
Really sharp single. You see, the communication between these two has been very, very good. Put together for about 15 minutes since partner was growing steadily. Hasn't settled a light yet. But it's going to keep a lot of hope for Zimbabwean supporters who are watching this. Just 3 so far off the silver with 1 ball to go. Thinking very composed looking Milton Shumba. Does not really look as if he's under pressure. Very good cricket from Skandaraza. Thought out the single, realized it wasn't on, and he called loud and early 58 for 4 after 15.
"15 overs in, and Rize Hendricks continues from the city end, where he's hoping as much as possible to restrict, part of the restricting Zimbabwe in order to win this unofficial ODI between, or rather Zimbabwe 11, was trying to get that terminology, Zimbabwe 11, Zimbabwe A and the Zimbabwe side, so 3 different representative sides. As Sikandar Raza's decided is to be the arrowhead in his team, sends that over the bowler. Neither long on or long off can get out quick enough, using his feet going down the wicket. Sending that for a 4. And with the second ball, he just punches it down past leg gully. That brings on Milton Shumba to face Rize Hendricks. Milton Shumba, and it's an uncharacteristic midfield. An uncharacteristic midfield happening at Silly. At about Silly Middle. And that ball goes all the way for a 4. Milton Shumba moving on to 19. Trying to get in on the actual, though, fortuitously getting that ball going for a 4. Then just a defensive shot. One more ball to go in that over.
That's 10 already of this over.
And just a simple square cut.
At the end of the 16 over, Zimbabwe 11 are 69 for 4. just past the 1/3 mark. And Zimbabwe 69 for 4. Really important time in the game for Milton Shumba, who's 20 of 27. Skandaraza, who's played a rather enterprising 26 of 26. 2 sixes and a bump. Milton Shumba's called 2 as soon as he's hit it. And that's been really good running from Skandaraza. Tony Zizozi had to run about 25 meters to get to that ball. As Simba hit it, he knew it was a chance for 2. Pion Fortin gets one to just find the outside edge of Shumba's bat. Well on the ground for the single. Partnership now is 49. And that's the 50-run partnership for Shumba and Raza. Very important partnership for the two. And they got together. Zimbabwe 11 with 23 for 3. Really good bit of fielding to prevent what would have been probably 2 or 4 runs by Zondo at the end of the 17th over, 74 for 4. Partnership now 53. Really important that they make this grow into a really, really big partnership. $209 required from 29 overs. It's a required run rate of 7.2. It gets easier the longer you bat. So these two have to take this game deep. 18 gone, 79 for 4. Off the pads, looks like. I think that was actually off Milton Shumba's gloves. As you see, no leg bite signaled by umpire Aino Chabi. Really good shot from Skandaraza. It's gone about 1.5 foot outside leg stump to find that gap over extra cover. Really, really wonderful execution. Really fantastic shot. Raza is looking in some really, really good form. Fortain has gone for 29 in 4.2 he's bowled so far, and it's largely because of Skandaraza. Really good communication again. Just a little dab square on the offside. Just a quick nod and both through. So already there's been 8 off this over. And the dot to finish the 19th over, 87 for 4. Sublime, absolutely sublime. Premeditated shot. But really, really fine. Skandaraza got it to the right of the fielder at short fine leg. He moves to 38 from 36. Gets his 3rd boundary. And he's looking really, really, really great touch. Really good fielding from Tony DeZorzi at cover. Sikandar Raza had gotten it wide enough, looking for two. And Dazouzi's run and dived and stopped that. Got his hand out. Stopped it from being 2 runs. Dived and stopped that. Got his hand out. Stopped it from being 2 runs.
So I tell you what, the resulter side, the Zimbabwe 11's team is full of players who are going to have to prove themselves to the selectors. Because in a year's time, yes, this is the one-day format, and of course there is also the Afghanistan series and, the path to qualification for the 2023 World Cup with the ODI in place. Some of these players may not see themselves in the reckoning as immediately as now for the T20 qualifier. But this is a chance for some of these players who are on the fringes, because a 14-team squad has been picked up of players who are all going to play in this one-day format and in the T20 format next week. So this is their opportunity to say, in the absence of other stalwarts, they're ready to take on the mantle, because quite a few Proteas players have been chosen for this particular series here. So you're playing against top quality players. Let's give an example earlier on as far as batting, guys like Reza Hendricks has got a high score of 181. It was his 16th 100 that he scored today. So essentially, these kinds of matches and where there's this sort of difficulty, we kind of know what Sikandar Raza can do because we've seen it again. You can see the maturity he has and how he's able to handle international cricket. But even when you look at the way, perhaps you look at young Wesley Madevere, he's in the setup, of course, but the way he's gone out, you're hoping that the young players like him can use a lot more of their heads when faced with certain situations.
Very true. And for me, I've been really impressed by Milton Shumba throughout this series. He's just 31 from 41, strike rate of 75, little on the low side. But I think the most important thing, he looks like he's committed to be the player who's in there at the end.
So as you see, Bad Light has stopped play just as the 20th over came to fruition. Brought on Darren de Pavillon, and obviously the light was offered to the batters, and they have decided that they're going to sit out for a bit. And as we stand, Zimbabwe quite behind on the Duckworth, Zimbabwe 11 are quite behind on the Duckworth-Lewis method.
Back of the envelope calculation suggests that Zimbabwe 11 needed to be around about 145, 146 to be ahead at this stage at 20 overs. And so roughly here they're about 50 odd runs behind. And partnership of 70 between Milton Shumba with 31 of 41, Skandaraza 39 of 36. Pick of the bowling for the South Africans today has been Lazard Williams. He's taken 2 wickets. And a very important wicket was that of Wesley Madevere. Well worked between skipper Heinrich Klaassen and Gerald Futsia. Bowled just the 1 over for 2 runs, and that important wicket of Wesley Madevere, and Dylan du Pavillon took the other wicket to fall today.
So we'll be back to give you any information as soon as we get it. As it stands, Zimbabwe 11 are 93 for 4.
Welcome back. Just to you know, the final result of the game between South Africa and Zimbabwe 11. South Africa batted first, made 266 for 6 in 48.5 overs. Reza Hendricks, biggest contribution, 102 of 107. 163 from Ryan Rickleton of 82 balls. And then useful partnerships from Tinus de Bruin, Andy Lupetlu-Kwayo and Heinrich Klaassen with 20s. Pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe was Tendai Chahara with 254. And Wellington Masakadza got 2 for 49 and Skandar Raza 2 for 56.
And then looking back at the match had to be adjusted in terms of the target after the match had been delayed by rain, and which resulted in 4 overs being lost. And Zimbabwe's target was 283 of 46 overs, and they only got to 93 for 4 from 20 overs. Just looking at the runs that were made there, Sikandar Raza top scoring with 39, Milton Shumba 31 not out, both of them not out. And the only other significant score to come in the same match, Caetano with 14. Lizard Williams, pick of the bowlers, with 2 for 19. Gerald Coetzee with 1 for 2. And Darren de Pavlon with 1 for 10, which means that the series is now set at 1-1 after South Africa won that match by 51 runs. The third match is at Harare Sports Club and available on this Zimbabwe YouTube channel from 9:15 a.m. on Friday, the 29th of April.